There's a number on them. You can call them. They are the same people that do the community center vending machine. We have a soda machine in there as well.
My kids are
I'm actually getting ready to switch them out, but for the wellness vending machines with the healthy snacks.
those won't.
Okay.
Do we have healthy?
Are we ready? It's 6 o'clock. If we could start, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Where's mine? Very good. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, November 15th, 2022. It's approximately 6 p.m., and as you can see, all City Council members are present, and we do have a quorum. And I've asked Council Member Jed Hefner to please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Hefner. Do appreciate that. Agenda item number 2. The City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer, or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Texas Open Meetings Act, R.E. City of Leon Valley versus 5622 Equity, DE LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, DBA, Vista Del Rey Apartments, located at 5622 Evers Road. So at this time, 6:02, we'll move to executive session, and we will return for the regular meeting at 6:30. Thank you.
Oh, for the charter thing?
Oh, yeah, we had a lot.
Oh, yeah. 48. Oh, God. How many total voters?
Other in executive session. Oh, they got cold? Oh, maybe. Maybe, yeah. Second time this happens, usually it's full. And I got my sweater on, I was already at the door. a nice breeze, I like it. I do too. In case that one of on here.
Oh, no, I know. Mary said,
I'm sorry?
the Mary said that you would be coming for
Okay.
the recycle.
Yeah. go, skate park stuff. Oh, see, that's what we tried telling them in the first place. Yeah. Yeah. I tried telling them, and it's just like, just from across the street. Like, hey, you're gonna do the other way, you gotta be very, very detailed and specific. But also, I think I got my sweater on outside the door. I know. Anything like that, because that's what we expect. Might as well have somebody who. Oh, yeah.
Oh, is that right? Decorating for Christmas. I like to keep an eye on the sky. Last year I remember it was so beautiful.
The mission statement? Yeah.
And hopefully this year.
Over to the library.
You're
She did, oh, yeah, I was
We're not gonna
like,
read
they're open today.
committee.
Yeah, yeah, no. Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you think they'll be able to show the pictures?
Maybe 24, you think? Maybe.
That is you, the photos? No, because she has the PowerPoint presentation, so I don't think so. Of the.
The pool will last a little longer.
That we have.
Oh, really? Okay, we have to do something.
Yeah, that'll be safety of our PowerPoint.
There, so it's been
I can-
3 years, so. Be outside.
You know.
Outside weather.
That's true. Dr. Georgia.
How have you been? I haven't seen you forever. It's good to see you. You look great. You've been having fun?
Retired. Yes, it's right.
Hanging out with your friends, having a party, or what are you
I haven't been to a meeting, so I thought you were talking about that.
after your career?
Dr. Georgia Samaras. She used to work at Tycox, and she has been the most supportive
Well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you got out.
agency person. Yes, she's now our liaison for the committee.
Oh, okay.
Doctor
Miranda McCann, Crystal Miranda. Good stuff, okay.
Oh, she was ten.
I thought you were talking about
Not as much,
because I see.
as I say, recognition, money, love, and we got tremendous.
Real child kids who's at home and strong. For millions of dollars. And so said it years.
We won't get much of it.
I didn't go. I kept thinking, should I go? And I'm like, oh, I want to.
I got super swamped here too. So
Sponsor thing, but I just thought, let me give her some idea of, what's going on. And I knew, and I said, I know she's not a sponsor, but maybe directly, participant or,
Yeah, program.
but hopefully she didn't say, oh, how much do I owe? Right?
Like Chipotle raspberry. Yeah, it did sound good. Anyway.
Anyway, involved, and I mentioned it.
Might be ready to say, okay,
They mentioned
made stickers like this is their wise for your business, right?
But her guy in that department was something like a master. And I think,
Yes, that would be kind of,
yeah, it is. But I think the office,
when I did the video,
no,
yeah, they're,
they have to,
okay, right.
you know.
yeah, when I went to the cafeteria, they had cups and they made sure it was
But I also talked to, you know, Joe Cuttrell?
today.
Joe Cuttrell?
I had the same kind of.
He went to the husband's product. He's going to bring
Yeah, recycling material and stuff like that. That's good.
Yeah.
Bicycle had
Company, you know, what kind of products they make and.
And they're all hooked up somehow, and they're, getting exercise, but they're also
doing the computer or,
generating
Yeah, Toys R Us Day.
Where's that gonna take place?
It was really cold in there.
Yeah.
I think we can do this thing by 7:30. What do
You think? Okay, all right, let's shoot for it. There's a challenge to there on it.
Balcony's height, but I think they're contradicting. I think you can find.
Oh, I didn't end Nicole.
That's Balcony's height.
She was supposed to email them to me. Yeah.
Annie gets to stay. Then he goes back down here for
Okay, are we back on the record from the executive session? And it's approximately 6:26. Want to welcome the people that are here. When we went into executive session, no one was here. When we came back, we have a great audience. So thank you so much. Great constituency. We appreciate you all being here. So number 4 is citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to address the council at this time on any other issue other than the agenda topics? Okay. Seeing no one, then we will go to agenda item number 5, which is possible action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary, and at this time there is no action. Agenda item number 6, presentations. I'd like to take presentation 6.1 and 6.2 together. And the 6.1, let me read both of them. 6.1 is presentation of a proclamation by Mayor Chris Riley proclaiming today, November 15th, 2022, as America Recycles Day. And then agenda item number 6.2, presentation by the Earthwise Living Committee on activities for 2023. So as you can see, most of the people that are here are on that committee, and I want to welcome them. And I have the honor and pleasure of being the liaison, and the staff liaison is Crystal Miranda, and we've really enjoyed working with you, Crystal. She's on top of everything, I'll tell you. Can you see these happy faces here? Okay, so let me do the proclamation, and then I'm going to just turn over the program to the committee. So let me go down. Proclamation. The chair, and okay, the chair should do it. Oh, stop. And she happens to be my neighbor too, my lovely neighbor. Oh, and friend, and
keep going.
Partner in crime. Yeah, there we go. We do a lot together. She takes care of my cat. Okay, no, we won't go into all of this, but anyway. Okay, proclamation. Okay, Chris, focus. Proclamation. Leon Valley, Texas, America Recycles Day. November 15th, 2022. Whereas Leon Valley, Texas residents generate more trash every day, and this trash gets buried in a landfill. And whereas recycling saves precious energy, conserves valuable natural resources, protects the environment, reduces landfill, needs and has a positive economic impact. And whereas the city, county, and residents of this community can do more to recycle and reduce waste, and whereas waste reduction and the purchase of recycled content products are critically important elements of an environmentally responsible waste management program, and whereas America Recycles Day is a national promotion to help raise awareness about recycling and buying recycled products. And now, therefore, I, Chris Riley, Mayor of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, do hereby proclaim November 15th, 2022, America Recycles Day, signed by my hand this 15th day of November 2022, Mayor Chris Riley. It used to be Texas Recycles Day, but now they changed it to a national, yeah. So let's give the committee an applause. Thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Here's
Ms.
the
Rita.
microphone, right?
There's the microphone. I'm
Wherever
going to
there's
let
a
y'all.
microphone, I'm gonna.
There you go. Okay, so let me give this back. And so I'm just going to turn it over to Rita Burnside. You can introduce Linda Mefford is the co-chair or vice chair, and then you have all of your committees. So you
You can do that. How about color?
yes, whatever you say.
Yeah, that's okay. I have to put my glasses here. Hi, everybody. So, hello. And thank you very much, Mayor, City Council, on behalf of the entire Earthwise Living Committee. A committee, not quite all present here, that consists of focused, creative, versatile members. I call this group my Eco-Elves team, because like elves, its power is often underestimated because of its small size. Get that? No. Oh, well. These great volunteers follow on the path of so many that served in that capacity over more than 3 decades. Those who contributed so much to the city's environmental education effort, I want to thank them as well. We have a lot of national commemorative days like Mother's Day and Father's Day and Valentine's Day, when we are encouraged to spend often on frivolous things. Today, on National Recycles Day, however, we ask our citizens to do exactly the opposite. We want them to save on our precious natural resources, save on trash going to the landfill, thus save money. Mother Teresa expressed her feeling about this subject by saying, and I quote, "I only feel angry when I see waste. When I see people throwing away things we could use," end of quote. Walking through our neighborhoods on trash and bulk collection days should instill that feeling in all of us as well. Close your eyes for a second and visualize a 30-story high building sitting on a space of 1,000 acres. That's what an estimated pile of discarded trash in the United States looks like annually. Unbelievable, considering that 80% of material in the landfill is recyclable. It's been more than 30 years since Leon Valley was catapulted into the limelight when we became the first city in Bexar County, if not in Central Texas, to start to offer curbside recycling service. It started with a successful pilot project accomplished with the help of resident block leaders in Forest Oaks who communicated with their neighbors, distributed bins, and set out reminders, recycle tomorrow's yard signs the day before pickup. A true community task. We were on a roll. Yes, it was a great day when the first recycling trucks rolled into our neighborhoods. So, ask yourselves, where are we now? Have we reached a plateau of recycling participation? Are we doing less?
Do we care less? Do we still have that positive reputation, still getting praises and rewards for our sustainability advancements? I spent over a third of my life on the Recycling Living Committee. Do you understand, my friends, my frustrations when I see things like that in the neighborhood? There's another picture I sent over that shows all kinds of plastic bottles spread around the park, Raymond Rimkus Park, on Sundays. So, understand how I feel. Yes, we have made some progress. We have solar energy on the community center roof, semi-annual tree giveaways, fuel-efficient city vehicles, and a beautiful recycling collection box at the library. And I'm sure a lot more that I'm not aware of. But it will take more effort, more budget adjustments, more cheerleading coming from our city hall to keep us moving forward to reach our goal to be a green city. Climate change is a gigantic worldwide task to conquer. Lawmakers, manufacturers, packaging industry, etc., need to accept responsibility, set examples, leading the way towards sustainability. We, as individuals, must stay on that path as well, more than ever, focusing on earth-friendly habits in our daily lives. One of the easier ways certainly is by recycling. A simple family affair in our space, our homes. So please, you all, we can do better. Recycle more and do it right. Help to demand and to help create a greener Leon Valley. And now comes Linda.
All right.
Amazing. So I have the pleasure of introducing our committee. So I would love you to stand up and introduce yourself. Elaine? No? You go first. Say hi. I want to introduce everybody. Elaine's going to speak, but this is Elaine.
Hello, my name is Elaine Valdez.
Okay. Yeah, stand up.
Leslie Baker. And, I did want to speak. So
Yes, you speak
now
too,
or
but she
later?
told me to introduce you now.
Oh, now?
So she's going to speak now.
Okay.
You know your Adam?
Madam Castillo, glad to be here.
She told me to introduce everybody, and now I'm introducing Elaine is going to read our mission.
The Earthwise Living Committee created a new mission statement. So our statement is to encourage residents of our community in developing a sustainable way of life in harmony with the environment, mitigating climate change, facilitating education, and cultivating a community support to manage waste, recycle, conserve energy and water, improve air quality, xeriscaping, support multimodal transportation, to collaborate in promoting Leon Valley as a good place to live, work, and recreate while enhancing the environment, economic strength, and quality of life.
Very good.
Okay, so I have lived in Leon Valley a third of my life, but I've not been on the committee a third of my life. So I'm a brand new member, but I was a horticulturist for 25 years. And during the lockdown and, the pandemic, a lot of people were at their homes. And so I have a lot of interest in bringing sustainability or using their property to grow food or, do more than just recycling. So I wanted to start by saying that the committee itself is really trying to expand the scope of what we're looking at. And initially, it seemed like when the committee started, it was just doing Earthwise Living Day. But now that there are so many initiatives coming on within the state and within the, nationwide, that we really hope to keep our eyes open and bring those kinds of initiatives into the Earthwise Living Committee. So we're hoping to be much more effective in initiatives that we are collaborating with other entities. Adam is really interested in cooperating or collaboration with educational facilities. So elementary schools, junior highs, even at the college level, which would be Alamo colleges and UTSA. So it's very, very exciting, and we hope that that the council will support our efforts to expand the committee and bring some really important, effective initiatives that the residents can benefit from, as well as Leon Valley itself. So please consider supporting the committee and not putting it together with the park committee and those others, because I think what will happen is a lot of the initiatives that we want to do will get lost in the debate and all of that, and it will make the Earthwise Living Committee less effective, as well as the other committees. So we're so excited, and we wanna bring this to the city, and so please support us with this, because there's so many good things going on that we can really help to uplift the city with.
Thank you, Leslie. Do appreciate it. All right.
So I'm your last speaker.
Okay.
And I'm Linda Meffert. And yes, the longest running environmental event in Bexar County. Now that is something to be very proud of. Our theme this year is combating climate change, one household at a time. So mark your calendars. You can take your phones out, put that in your there. We hope to see you there. We look forward to seeing you there, actually. And meanwhile, as we all said, is we ask for your support, and we ask for the community's support from both residents, businesses, and also regional resources, experts. Committees like ours are an ideal intake to getting involved in city government, in supporting and promoting. And I'll tell you that I am just so proud and honored to be part of this group of people who, as Rita described, creative, enthusiastic, cultivating, nourishing, building and strengthening relationships is a huge part of what we've been doing. So your support as leaders in promoting good stewardship about something that everybody cares about, our environment, right? And not only the greater climate change, we're not so bold as to say that we can change that, but we can be one tiny grain of sand, right? And we can help be the tipping point. We can be a focal point. We were in the limelight for the initiatives that were launched 33 years ago, and we want to continue to do that. So for simple things, when you walk into a restaurant, if they give you a plastic straw, just very graciously, as you all are, politely say, "Oh no, do you have a paper one?" Or "I don't want a straw at all." So these small ways that we can all contribute, and especially you as leaders and people here, the committee members, people look to you for those examples. So carrying those bags into the supermarket, right? If you forget them, walk back to your car, get your canvas bags, right? So we want to be part of the community. We want to help you promote and highlight the things that we can do, small as examples, as citizens, as businesses, and help attract people who are knowledgeable about how we can do so. Understanding what Tiger recycles, I have to tell you, I don't even know. Is it glass or is it not? What can I do? What I can't do? And we're eager to learn ourselves, educate ourselves, work with resources like our library to bring our citizens, our businesses in to learn more. One big thing we're specifically interested in your help and everyone here is to promote our Earthwise Living Day for vendors, products, foods, sponsors, people who care about the environment and who want to connect and talk to people in our community, educate, and let us meet some of those solar vendors that are in our community and support them as well. New this year, we're looking to launch an no-waste, eco-friendly picnic. And that's one of our latest ideas. Now, this will be alongside our Coffee with the Mayor, but we'd like it to be bigger, and we've chosen Earth Day, and that's one of our new ideas. We have many others to come. We're really eager to partner with the city staff and the council to learn more about the data. How much recycling? Are we recycling more or less? Do we have more solar panels installed per capita than other cities our size? Could we offer compost recycling pickup? Is that a possibility and optional? Maybe we charge our residents. So these are the types of ideas that we want to contribute, we want to participate and support. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your consideration. And I also want to really thank the committee. And Rita has honestly brought new life the past few months. And we thank you, Mayor, for your amazing support, even in times when it was tough during the pandemic for this committee and our event. And we're looking forward to many great things.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Okay, I was going to say we're going to have to we have to move on. So, Rita, very short because we have to move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I want to point out two things. One, at the library, the librarian.
Okay.
Regina has done a fantastic job doing a little recycling event at the library.
Okay.
And I want to point out this wonderful lady here in the red sweater.
Hi,
If you
Georgia.
recognize her,
Yes,
you've been here.
I do.
You dealt with her before. And the big news is she might be a committee member for Earthwise Living. So,
Okay,
yay.
very good. All righty, thank you.
Dr. Georgia Sonaris.
Daenerys, that's right. Very good. Well, thank y'all, Earthwise Living. Y'all did a fantastic job. Do appreciate it. All righty. So unless there's any other questions from the council, we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank y'all. Presentation number 6.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the 4th of July event. And we have our Community Relations Director, Crystal Miranda, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Here to present a recap or an update on the Freedom Fireworks as requested. Oops. So at the August 2nd council meeting, staff was asked to provide more details on the cost of event. I gave an overall general cost of the event for the whole day, 5K, evening parade, concert, firework display. The fiscal impact for the 5K run, this is the estimate. So the barricades, cones, delivery of them, if they were to contract, buy them, rent them on their own, would be an estimate of $1,355. Public Works staff, $1,600. Police security, $1,290. Fire EMS, because we did have one personnel go back and forth, it was $260. And then miscellaneous, such as equipment, the use of gators, gas, things like that, was $500. So you're looking at a $5,005 cost from the city that the city covered.
But can I just ask, the barricades are already in our possession, in our Public Works, right? We don't have to go out and rent them.
Those are the barricades that are used specifically for the 5K. The barricades that we use for the parade, we spent over $5,000 on the barricades that we needed for the event, for our parade, concert,
Okay,
etc.
so we rent those? Or?
Correct.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you.
The fiscal impact, so the future 2023 July Festival, we have a budget of $80,000. Looking to get some feedback or direction for 2023. The feedback from 2022 was that we needed more volunteers, more security, more fire equipment, staff, EMS equipment. There was still a need for more vendors and amusements. There was nothing for the kids to do. Next steps is we need to really secure the entertainment. So I brought forth at the last council meeting in August a list of available bands, and I was requested to reach out to a couple of more. Update on Vocal Trash. That band has separated. There is a new version of that band called TB1, which has the majority of Vocal Trash band, and they've given a quote of $3,500. Lieutenant Dan band, yeah, $75,000 plus lodging, meals, etc.
You have expensive taste, Mr. Bradshaw.
You're a charity band.
Yeah, I was really shocked at that one too.
Crystal, see, one thing that I really liked about Vocal Trash is that all of their instruments were made out of recycled materials, and I didn't know if that they're
Right. And so Kelsey, I talked to her on the phone,
yeah.
and so I got some feedback from her. She's really interested in coming to Leon Valley. She does have majority of her band vocals. They believe in harmony, earth friendly. So she has the same motto as Vocal Trash,
right.
even though they separated. Next, we need to determine the schedule. Feedback last year was we didn't know if we should keep a night parade, day parade, things like that, leaving it at your all's discretion. We need to determine a theme. So I do need some feedback on which direction to go. The Spasmatics are still available at 10-5. The bands, it's a big thing. I need to secure that.
How many participants did we have for the parade? I thought we had very minimal this year. It was really hard to get.
We had 25 entries.
We had 25 entries, but in the past we had like 50 or more than that. No, we've never had 50.
In the past, I think your biggest lineup was 30, but that included more staff personnel. I think you had 2 police, 2 fire, things like that.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Do we need a parade? Or just maybe. It's expensive. Everything is so expensive these days. So.
I think the biggest attendance you had was during Soapbox Derby, right? But that was a whole day event with that Soapbox Derby event. So that's something to consider.
It was.
So the biggest one, if we can just get some direction on the entertainment, that would be greatly helpful because we do need to secure that. And so Vocal Trash, I don't know what kind of following they have. If you're looking at having a large turnout for this event, you need a headliner of some sort, and so usually cover bands are the way to go with that, such as Spasmatics or something similar to them. We just need some direction. I think last time she provided you like a list of like 10.
Right, I have like a list, the list from the last council meeting.
You take one and pass it.
It was a variety. I went and looked at many other surrounding cities. Like the city of La Vernia, they're a small town, but they still had a headliner. They had a country singer, I think is Josh Abbott. New Braunfels just had their Worst Fest. Alex Mexner, he's really, yes, yeah.
How much is he?
Oh, he's in the 10,000 range as well. So.
Yeah. Well.
We could do a lot. We could do a couple of smaller, like the Journey Eclipse Band and 2B1. Those are in the same price range, and you're looking at $35 each, if I remember correctly on that sheet. So instead of doing a Spasmatics 80s cover band, you can do a Journeys cover band with 2B1. 2B1 is the new Vocal Trash, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a blend is good, but I know y'all like the Spasmatics. I thought they were okay, but I wasn't just.
Well, I think people like to come and they like to hear the music that they know. That's the thing. You bring it with your family. You want to hear something familiar. That you know the music too. So Journey would be good. There's also an AC/DC cover band, Back in Black. Things like that. I don't know the 2B1 if they play any.
Their music, you would recognize, at least the Vocal Trash. It's a
right. So she does stick to 80s, 90s music, but with the instruments made out of recycled materials.
Okay if they did something like that.
Okay.
I need direction, guys.
Don't everybody speak at once now. I think a blend. I think two bands. I think two bands.
I'm going to pick a $10,000 band, it'll be like Josh Abbott or somebody well known, because I don't want to get complaints that people don't like the entertainment. So, if y'all want to do a blend of like the Vocal Trash and a Journey band, we're more than welcome to do that. But if not, I'm going to pick like a Josh Abbott or a Myers band because they are known in the general area.
Yeah, I think. Who's the Journey band?
They're on
Eclipse.
there.
Eclipse.
Oh, Eclipse.
I like that recommendation, Dr. Caldera. Josh Abbott and the Journey Band.
Oh, we're looking at 20.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I thought you said those
no,
two
so you
together.
could either
Okay.
do like the Journey Band and like Vocal Trash. That's about 6,500 roughly. If you want to do something like that, you could do that. But if you're telling me to pick, I'm gonna pick a
Josh
band
Abbott's gonna cost more.
Like that's probably
Well,
gonna.
yeah, we have an $80,000 budget.
But not
right?
the
But we
Lieutenant
spent
Dan
10,000
band.
last year on Spasmatics, and so and people, we got nothing but really good comments about the Spasmatics because they, people recognize their songs, and so I think I had one or two complaints that they were too loud or that they didn't like them. That's people's preference. So we could go with country this time, which is more Josh Abbott, but he's well known. He's got a following. So you'll have people follow him in that regard. But if you want to do a blend, I'm fine with that too. I just need direction from, I don't want to provide you somebody that's not known. B21 is not known. I've not heard them perform. They don't have a local following here. They have a following, but not one here. And so I don't want to provide a band and then everybody's like, what? Like, you pick that? And so, I mean, if y'all want to give me direction and that's what y'all want, more than happy to do that for y'all.
We don't want the Eric Mata band or something.
No, that would be awful.
Oh.
I would be fine with either Spasmatics or Josh Abbott. I've weighed in.
Okay. So a well-known band, one that's got a following.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with either or as well. I think people like music that in songs like the Spasmatics perform, or like Josh Abbott, even though his are newer. People of all generations generally know. So.
I'm for a blend. I'm for a blend. Josh Adams or the B2 whatever band.
How about Kevin Fowler? How much
We
is he?
afford Kevin Fowler?
I can get a quote.
Okay.
All right, so I'm hearing more well-known is what I'm hearing. $10,000 range for entertainment.
Yep.
Okay. I mean,
Our costs
again,
are going up because we need more security, we need amusements. I mean, this is going to be well over 100,000, so.
I can start sponsorships now, though.
I mean,
the
you
bonus.
you already spent 115 last year. My estimation is that's going to be closer to 120, 130 with costs going up. I mean, you don't have to hold the 4th of July at all either. So that's also an option for you.
We have to hold the 4th of July.
So,
We are known for the 4th of July, and that's our big fun, event for the year.
Or you can try a smaller entertainer and see if you get the same turnout. I just don't want to be responsible for complaints on the entertainment because we've gotten that. Staff has taken the hit on that in the past as well. So.
Well, I mean, but do we really need 15,000 people in the park? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Again, that's
I
a
mean,
choice from council, not a crystal choice.
Well, more security, more.
Yeah, I mean, so if you want a smaller event, Vocal Trash is the way to go, and you probably won't have as large of a crowd because they don't have maybe as
Well,
large of a
they
following.
did play at one of our 4th of Julys. I'm trying to think when that was.
They did, not as a headliner, but they
Yeah,
did on one of the 4th.
They did.
Just to go back to what you said, this was the budget we used last year. We were at bare minimum with borrowing equipment, getting those in-kind monetary, funding that we probably should anticipate spending instead of hoping that it gets donated. So, but that was the total expenditures. The bonus is that I'm here now and not coming in February like I was last year, so I can already start with sponsorships. So,
right. That's true. Okay, so is it the well-known band? Is that what everybody wants?
Well-known
is that the
band.
consensus from the council?
Well-known band.
Yeah, so I think that we can, and maybe the new economic development director can help with getting sponsorships, because that's the thing, like when we attract a Spasmatics type performer, I think many more businesses will be willing to contribute, even if it's a smaller amount for a smaller logo. That's just what I think. So, and we can tell them how many people went last year also.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else besides the band that you need some direction on?
No, I mean, I'm keeping the event pretty much the same. We'll start the parade. I'm going to start it 30 minutes later than we did last year because people were in the dead of heat decorating their cars. And we'll see if that helps. Just even that 30-minute increment helps just a little bit. Then we'll move into the park and have it. I don't want to separate the parade from the event because then you're paying double over. It becomes crazy with the staff
So
situation.
what time would that be? 7:30 then,
It's
instead of
se-
7?
Correct. I think we started
Okay.
the parade at 7, so we'll
7.
start it at 7:30. I think this, like, its sun starts coming like halfway down. It's not right hovering over that parking lot. And then we'll be looking at some pop-up tents possibly in that parking lot just to kind of leave it, because it's just, there's no shade over there.
It's very
so
hot.
just kind of helping with that a little bit. And so just moving it up by 30 minutes and keeping the end time the same as last year. I didn't get the calls that I thought I was going to get for the event going on a little bit later than we had the year before,
Yeah,
which I
that's
thought I was
right.
going to get. I didn't get that. So just
And Crystal, could we find a band to march in the parade? I always think that you have to have if you're going to have a parade, you need to have a marching band. I know it's hard because
agree.
the
No, I
kids
agree, yeah.
are off, but I mean, even if it was a small band or a military band,
Eric Mata
if we
Band.
coordinate it now, Eric Mata, there you go. Yeah.
so it's summer, the kids are off.
I understand.
And then whoever is still active, they're usually in competition, is what we've been told. And so, but we'll see if we can.
Yeah,
find
I just made connection with the Marshall Jazz Band guy, so maybe I can get some.
Great, thank you, I
connections.
appreciate that. Yeah. The Army Band, yeah, they came.
They don't
came.
do it anymore. Remember, they used to do it. They did it many years for us. But they disassembled. They're not any. They don't. Exist.
Well, who knows? Maybe there's another military band that popped up. Who knows?
Well, we're past our 10 minutes, so I'm hearing.
Okay.
We're keeping the time frame the same. We're going to go ahead and get a well-known band, and then we'll provide you periodic updates on sponsorships and where we're going for next year.
And the theme and all that other stuff, and
Oh yeah,
volunteers.
so I do kind. I mean, do we have?
Did y'all have a theme in mind? Do we want to do Land That I Love that we talked about?
That was number 2 on y'all's list last year. Was Land That I Love. So I don't know if y'all.
Yeah, I like that one. I got a question, Mayor.
Yes, Land
Yes,
That
sir.
I Love.
Go ahead.
Last year when we walked around, we gave out Fiesta medals.
Yes, sir.
Have we allocated monies for that already? I don't think I haven't.
Fiesta medals?
Have not seen that anywhere. I think that was a pretty big deal. People really enjoyed that.
Okay, so for the Fiesta medals, I usually go get economic development money. They usually budget for Fiesta medals, and so I know I talked to William before he left, and I asked him to increase that line item. So I'll just have to double check in that budget. But yes, I do anticipate trying to give out more medals. Or
Are you going to be
purchasing more
designing it
medals.
again?
Yes, sir.
All right. You did a good job last time.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, very good. So, Crystal, if you'll just stay where you're at, we'll ask if you would present and discuss and possible action on the Leon Valley Jazz Festival
Yes, ma'am.
event.
Thank you. Mayor Council here to present an update on the Jazz Fest. So I was talking to Mr. Munoz, and we were thinking of March 25th to have the Jazz Fest. Now, a couple of reasons for that. The weekend before that was spring break weekend. We were discussing it back and forth on if that made sense or if we were going to lose participation, people out for vacation. And then the weekend before that, my sister's getting married, so I can't do that weekend. So, let's see. Ugh, sensitive. Planning details. So we were deciding, this is at your discretion. We'll do what you like. But March 25th is a Saturday. We're hoping to open the grounds at 12, similar style to the 4th of July. Have it at Raymond Rimkus Park. We are going to get 2 local and 1 regional band. Save us a little bit of funding there. Stay within our budget. We're going to seek sponsorships. These are the levels that I've kind of created. They can be tweaked if you think they are too high or too low. The vendors, we're going to do similar rates as 4th of July. Those stay in line with like what you see at Balcones Heights and things like that at other market days or vendor booths. Possible timeline, concerts, we're looking at starting at 3 p.m., having like an hour or so performance by each band, ending approximately 6:30, just as allows them to switch out, start up. So we're looking at ending about that time frame just before it gets dark. And then these are the estimates of the fiscal impact.
Okay.
And then I do just want to
Is there
make
something
one
else? Yes,
note,
go ahead.
as far as like requesting sponsorships. So between the 4th of July, Jazz Festival, Breakfast with Santa, Earthwise Living, I mean, y'all, the city in general requests a lot of sponsorships from these businesses to participate in a lot of these events. And so some of them will participate in one, some of them they get angry because they're getting constantly bombarded with sponsoring events. And so at some point, we either need to figure out what y'all, if we need to do targeted approaches to approaching some of these businesses for one event or another. Because
I agree.
think they really are getting a...
Okay. Mr. Hefner first, and then Mr. Roscoe. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mayor.
You
So
bet.
couple of questions. One, do we know if that's I was just looking at the time frames. Do we know if that's before or after daylight savings time? That might affect whether we want to adjust those times. On the sponsorship point, the first thing I looked at when I saw the lowest level of sponsorship was $500. I thought exactly that. I was like, I'm a small business. $500 might be a high bar, right?
Okay.
But if we're going to have levels of sponsorship, maybe we develop, and maybe this is something that the new economic development director can look into, but maybe we develop some level of, hey, we have these 4 or 5 events that happen a year, overall corporate sponsorship. If you're a higher tier sponsor, you can, choose choose multiple events that you get promoted at throughout the year for one sponsorship price. But really the goal being to build the business community and their interaction with, these events. But I think for a smaller business, like if somebody's brand new to Leon Valley and we're giving them the certificate of occupancy and we're doing those things, like we can say, for your first year, we're going to give you a complimentary membership or sponsorship at the lowest tier. You can choose one of our events and we'll promote you as a new business in Leon Valley. But then also having a step up, right? So like over the years, we can say, hey, last year you were at level 1. Do you want to jump up to level 2 this year? Again, I think those are activities that the economic development director can take on. But I agree that it should be holistic partnership with the business and the city, not tied to any one event. How we allocate those funds might get a little tricky in terms of revenue versus expenditures.
Okay, so yes, Mr. Roscoe, I had a question about sponsors, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And then on that line of thinking, the sponsorships that we get, what actually do we do for instance, Bacones Heights, you mentioned Bacones Heights. They have a reception for them, thanking them for their sponsorship. Yes, they have hors d'oeuvres and they have a special place for them. And like the Jazz Festival, not necessarily a VIP tent, but something to thank our sponsors for actually donating some money and acknowledging that by getting them, and I tell you, it makes a difference.
Sure.
If they can go to a special tent and get, finger foods or,
Right.
Or I don't know about wine or beer or stuff like that, but we can cross that line when we get to it. But if we get something for the sponsors that they can come and say, oh, they appreciate us sponsoring them, and they have a special VIP area where they can meet and meet with council and some of the staff. That'd be great, a great idea. It works well in Bacones Heights.
Sure.
And this weekend, where I'm going to go represent the mayor at an event, and they have a special tent for the judges and for the VIPs that do the sponsorship. And when I talked to somebody from, I forgot who it was, but they said that they got more sponsors in Bacones Heights since they have that reception there. So.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a good draw, right? So the tiers do give different things. So the lowest tier of sponsorship would give you our website logo on our website, our special events page, a Facebook blast, something on social media. So what I did for 4th of July was for our very first sponsor, right, Just Smash 'Em. I gave him a little goodie bag with Fiesta medals and things like that just to thank him. Did a little Facebook blast about him for being our first official 4th of July sponsor. So there are things that we can do and promise. The very top tier They got, for 4th of July, a video commercial segment. They had VIP parking passes. They were given VIP parking passes, rather, and they were also given the opportunity to set up a booth, to have their business, their representatives to give flyers or anything like that.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, thank you for that.
The 4th of July is we call it the Leon Valley, but it's a regional affair. There is no reason why we couldn't go outside of Leon Valley to get sponsorship. Cavender up on 1604, Cavender Buick. Why limit ourselves just to a handful of Leon Valley businesses?
We don't.
But let's go beyond our borders and.
Yeah.
We go to a lot of other businesses outside of Leon Valley. We do. We just don't get
So-
them.
Well, I think
I
that
almost had Thomas J. Henry last year, but I was late to the game to ask for sponsorships, right?
Yeah.
I was asking already in March, so that's
too late.
late.
In fact,
He started in February.
I started.
I know. Really, you're right on the mark, money for starting it at this time.
Now, yeah,
because
for the new budget.
yeah, you have to do it months in advance in order to be successful. But look beyond our borders.
Well, I think, Crystal, you're kind of the cog in the wheel, so you're going to know the Earthwise Living Day sponsors. You're going to know the jazz sponsors. You're going to know the 4th of July sponsors, so you can kind of,
Yeah, so my biggest sponsor for the
yeah.
July is a storage
Exactly.
place, so I'm not going to ask them for anything else. They already
Right,
give us
exactly.
$10,000, so.
So I think that'll help kind of balance it out, like you were saying, Dr. Caldera.
I was just trying
So-
to be mindful.
Yeah,
'cause
I think you're
It
right.
seems like the library board goes on their own because that's their own breakfast with Santa, and they go ask for sponsorships for their silent auction. And then I know Earthwise goes and asks for sponsorships, but that was usually with Yvonne. And then we had our 4th of July. So we just feel like everybody's calling Mr. Rubio at Miracle Body and Paint and continuously asking him for
That's
donations.
true.
I did
I'll
wanna
take
say-
him off the list for Earthwise.
Yeah. Daylight
He was on
savings
my list.
time is March the 12th, but it's from noon to 3 is what we're proposing for the Jazz Festival. So what was your concern with the daylight savings time?
Oh, just thinking like
But it was
what the
early March is when it
Yeah, it's
switches
March
over.
12th is what
March
it says.
12th.
so daylight savings time will have already
Yeah.
triggered.
It'll
and-
be lighter, longer.
Lighter, longer.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So I kind of, especially as we start up the Jazz Festival, I don't think we should seek corporate sponsorships for the Jazz Festival unless like there's a business that explicitly wants to engage. I think it's almost like reverse cannibalization where like we're stealing businesses away from sponsoring this event because they'll likely only sponsor one event, and we're having them sponsor this event, which is going to probably get a lot less turnout. And so I just think we should just pay for this, especially for a couple of years. And then but that being said, solely concentrate on our sponsorships for July 4th. And I liked some of Councilman Hefner's ideas regarding like the tiers. I do think we should have a lower tier where you almost get no, maybe just your logo on a poster or something. But because I think businesses will, like a $250, $300 range, like a lot of small businesses will easily fork that cash without even, worrying about it. I also think, and this is, there's some other businesses that do this, but I have an idea regarding, I think we should have whoever sells bottled water or whoever we allow to sell bottled water, like we could get our largest sponsorships like the $10,000 donors and actually put their logo on those bottles of water and require they sell those bottles of water and then reimburse our cost. And then they can keep the margin, whatever it is. But there's companies where you can buy pallets of water and it's relatively inexpensive. And I just think that's another way when you put the logo in somebody's hand, a lot of companies are much more willing to sponsor for that type of visibility with all the consumers. So, and some other ideas I had, like the law firms, Linebarger, our own law, the law firm we use. I think there's others out there that would be more than willing to sponsor as well. So.
Perfect.
Crystal, I had a question though. So this is going to be a much smaller event. I mean,
Right,
when you
and it
compare
stays within the budget. This is what I'm
when you
proposing
compare
stays
the
within
fourth to
budget.
this, and so $3,600. I mean, these are not going to be
Mhm.
named jazz people that'll draw in a bunch of people,
The
right?
regional one might have a following, but yeah.
But you say 3,600 will cover that cost? Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right, and the stage is going to be much smaller if it's only
Right.
$1,600. Okay.
You're not getting the lighting and the screen
Yeah.
in the,
The
back
video
and
wall,
the sound
nothing like
system,
that.
Right.
any of that.
Okay. All right. So more of just a neighborhood jazz festival? Is that what we're
Very
kind of?
small. Kind of
very
like
small?
what we used to have for our 4th of July event.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
very
We used to have a
small
very
neighborhood.
small 4th of July event. That's right. Exactly. We didn't have what we have today. Okay, very good. Any other questions, comments before we move on? From our, okay. Yes, you can certainly say something.
I'm sorry, but we can't do the bottled water thing. I mean, here we are encouraging people to not use plastic water bottles. What I'm suggesting is, I just happen to have this here.
Uh-oh. What is it?
To have cups with your name, business name. Now, this particular cup I got at Linda Meffers' party. This is infinitely recyclable aluminum cup. We can have containers with water or beer or whatever, and they can fill it up and keep the cup. But no water bottles, I'm sorry. That just defeats what we are working on, and it gives us a bad name. Right. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thanks for those comments. All right. Anyone else? Okay. You certainly may.
Bottles of water are going to be sold, regardless of how much we want to push our personal feelings about going green onto others. Bottles of water will be sold at July 4th, period. Like, we can't regulate the whole world. So I still think we should do it because, again, we're trying to get sponsorships and we're trying to save the taxpayers from having to fork all the cash over for this large event. And I think doing something like that where it's very visible to the community can be one of the most beneficial things, and a business will understand that as well. So.
Okay. All right. So if there's no other questions or comments, we will move then to presentation 6.5. And we have Melinda Mortz here to discuss and give direction on no parking areas in residential zones. We've had a lot of questions and concerns, it seems like, over the last month about, parked cars and blocking driveways and mailboxes. And so thank you for doing the research and presenting this to us today.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
So we had a request to designate a portion of a non-collector residential street as a no parking area to prevent another resident from parking excess number of privately owned vehicles on a public street. The zoning code calls for 2 off-street parking spaces per residential home in this area, and this home is compliant with that rule. The property owner just has more vehicles than he can park in his driveway. And of course, nobody parks in their garage anymore because it's full or transformed, so. Parking is typically restricted in residential areas where there's a clear public purpose. So within 30 foot of a stop sign, a school traffic area, where you've got limited sight distance, a narrow and or substandard roadway, or on a high traffic street like the highways. Our code already states that it's against the law to block driveways. So no automotive vehicles shall be parked in any manner, blah, 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 where it blocks somebody from being able to enter or exit their driveway. Our code also states that you can't park out there and just camp there forever. So after 48 hours, you've got to move that vehicle or trailer or whatever it is. So if you decided to do the no parking signs other than passing an ordinance for that particular stretch of street, it would probably cost you about $150, and that depends on the area that you're trying to mark or designate as no parking. So this is at the council's discretion, but I did want to advise, if this is approved, you're going to get more property owners requesting the same resolution, but you're also going to get property owners who get angry. This morning, I had a phone call from a gentleman who lived on Forest Meadow, and he had to let me know that someone had put a no parking sign out in front of his house, and he wanted to know who
Google.
put that there and why was it there. And
was
I had
Google.
to tell him, is it on temporary posts or what? And he said, yeah, it's on temporary posts. And I said, well, then it's not been designated by ordinance. It's probably a utility company who needs to be able to access your utilities in the front, and it'll probably be moved pretty soon. But him and his neighbor were angry that that sign was out there. Limited police staffing may make enforcement of this difficult or spotty. They could also be accused of targeting an individual. The ordinance would also affect anyone else that wants to park on the street. Say your neighbor's throwing a party. Well, all of a sudden his guests can't park on the street either. The next door neighbor couldn't have their people over to park in that area as well. And then, of course, you always have maintenance, but we'd have to, replace them if they got destroyed or something like that. And that's all I have.
So this is for doing it citywide, but we could take it on a case-by-case basis?
No, this is on a case-by-case.
Oh, this is on a case-by-case.
If you wanted to take, say you had an incident in the middle of Sunlight Street, someone can't back out of their driveway because the guy behind them has too many cars. Well, if you made that side of the street no parking, from where to where are you going to say that? And is that going to force that person's cars to park further out? Or is that going to force your neighbors that are on the other side to not be able to have people over at a party because they can't park?
Yeah. I mean, I know I've got no parking sign in front of my house on Forest Way because we have the stop signs. So one side you can't park and the other side you can. So, it limits, but it works. So, and I think that's because of visibility and
I think yours is a sight distance problem over
yeah, and when you park on both sides, then that's what another constituent complained, that when you have just a regular size street and you have park here and you park here, you've only got one lane, and sometimes you have two cars going between the two parked cars, and that was their concern. And then having to walk in the street when somebody blocks your sidewalk with their car in their driveway. That happens so many times, and that people.
That's a little different story. Nobody's allowed to block a sidewalk, and so if anybody sees that happen, they do need to call.
There's a lot of that going on in and I walk in Forest Oaks, but a lot of times it shoots you back out in the street because you can't. That's the only way you can go around the cars.
Yeah, that's a whole different problem.
Okay, that's different. Okay, all right. So, okay, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
I had a question from a citizen actually text me and ask, can you park in front of your driveway if it's your own driveway in the street?
Yes, you're only blocking yourself.
Right, okay.
And so I just want to make a point. This reason was brought up for two reasons. We had a complaint on Mike Nesmith, and the other complaint was a possible house church and the parking that could possibly generate. The house church would have to follow under the at-home business regulations, and they were going to go through the certificate of occupancy, and that's how that section is handled. On the Mike Nesmith, you could do, the council would just have to budget for it. You could do it on a case-by-case basis, and we could conduct a study in regards to taking a look to see if no parking on that street is needed. The problem is Mike Nesmith is a very large street. I wouldn't see, other than just irritating a resident, and it's only one resident on that street that doesn't particularly care for people parking in the street, if that's something the council wants to take on, or if y'all want to develop a policy or some sort of procedure to go through that process. We just need a little bit of direction on how you want to handle no parking.
I would think that would be targeting. If you picked one street and only a certain home that you couldn't park in front of, that's targeting.
Okay. Thank you. Let me hear from Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Hefner. Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
As a city, I don't think we should be changing our laws for one person or one house or one street or something. It's it can turn into a very nasty affair very quickly. So I'm against this completely.
Okay. Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, I mean, based on the presentation, it sounds like this is a isolated complainant, and the homes being complained about are in compliance with our existing ordinance. So, I mean, I think that we've all seen in the past where particular ordinances, certain citizens may want to utilize the government to attack their neighbors as opposed to just walking over to your neighbor and saying, hey, would you mind moving your car? I can't get out. And so I think that, as has been said, we don't want to be in the business of weaponizing our city code to resolve neighborly disputes. So I think that unless there's some additional evidence or that this is a more widespread problem, I don't think that we need to take any action here. And I also want to be respectful of your time, Ms. Moritz. I don't think we necessarily need to consider an ordinance change every time we have a complaint, right? Like, I mean, I know we want to be able to say we're doing something about it, we're looking into it, but
well, and we
yeah.
did, just by having this presentation.
Exactly.
here, we have-
And the mayor
We want-
requested that this
yes.
item at the last meeting be added to
Well,
the agenda.
I want the citizens to know that we're not ignoring them, that we're going to look into it. And here's, again, we're considering options and everyone's weighing in on it. And so I think we make better decisions that way. So I do appreciate it.
But I do want to say you can't block sidewalks.
No.
You can't park on your grass.
Yes, that's a big one
And you
too.
can't block other driveways. And so if you have those complaints, please call our non-emergency police department number from our police department. We'll send somebody out to take a look. And so those are also complaints, but you can call us and those are enforceable through our ordinance.
Exactly. Mr. Roscoe, did you have something?
No.
Okay.
You already addressed it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so there's no, in all these problem areas, there's currently not like an issue with people not being able to like ingress or egress from their properties, right?
As far as I know, it's only one complaint.
Okay, and the
There's
only
no
issue is they just don't like the cars on the
They
street.
feel like the person has too many vehicles and taking up too many public parking spaces on that street.
Is it negatively impacting their life, other than the fact that they just see them?
So I used to tell this particular individual, there's nothing the city can do. If they're parking in the grass, please call us. Then she reached out to the mayor, and the mayor has brought it forth for us to have this conversation.
Well, and I think also she said they were blocking the mailbox, and that's illegal too, right?
But they were blocking their own mailbox, not her mailbox.
Yeah, that's true. Blocking their
Basically,
own.
the mailman won't deliver if you
Yeah.
block your mailbox.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
sometimes
thank
I
you.
see things that I don't personally like also.
Okay. Well, we're all educated on what the rules are now, right? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Melinda. And we will move then to announcements by the mayor and city council members. I'll just start here I just wanted to thank the citizens of Lehigh Valley for passing the home rule charter elections. All propositions passed. We had 3,655 votes, which 7,500 registered voters, which is a 48.7% turnout. I thought it was interesting. I looked at the propositions, and they all passed by 50% or more, of course. But the one that got the least amount, at 55.95%, was the Proposition D, a candidate or elected or appointed city council member not being in violation of city charter within 3 years of application or appointment. I thought that was interesting that seemed to be the one that passed with the least amount of support. The one that passed with the most support was Proposition B, as in boy, 70%, and that was deleting that city council as legislators shall not encroach on the executive responsibilities of the city manager. I just thought that was really interesting. So, but again, thanks for the participation. We had 780 election day voters, and I was there that day, and I couldn't believe the line was constant, like 50 to 60 people at all times. So people were very engaged in the election process, so thank you. We had a John Marshall High School meeting today on the traffic mitigation. Very interesting. Councilmember Hefner and Public Works Director Moritz, myself, and the city manager attended. We had the City of San Antonio, Chris George, who was here on October 3rd. He was there, and John Marshall had a ton of people. I couldn't tell. I mean, administration, board members, police, transportation. But anyway, it was a really good discussion, and I know Mr. Hefner, you might want to add, but we talked about improving communication between all of the entities, that we just need to have better communication. And they even offered to distribute one of the Northside Independent School District officers' cell numbers to us if we had any issues. But I did hear from Northside that they are willing to collaborate on a short-term basis to add a Northside Community Resource Officer police presence in Monte Robles on Thunderbird. I would imagine, because that's where our issues are, and after the holidays breaks and other breaks, but they were going to coordinate it with the City of Leon Valley so that we would also help with that presence. Northside is going to add speed humps on their property. They really believe in the speed hump issue, and that it will negatively impact or positively impact the slowing down of the cars. And they ask us to reconsider the speed humps. And Melinda came up with an idea about speed pads, not speed humps, and those are removable. So maybe that might be an option in the future. And then also there was discussion of changing Monte Robles neighborhood to an entire school zone area, even though it's already 20 miles an hour. But if you speed in a school zone, then you get double the fine. And that might be another impetus for the kids to slow down. And that will follow back up in January of 2023. So I thought it was a very productive meeting, and I would also like Mr. Hefner, if you had anything else to say, or Dr. Caldera. The Memorandum of Understanding with the Historical Society for consideration will be at the next meeting. They needed to run that memorandum by their board, and so that'll be coming at the next meeting. We will not see each other for another 3 weeks. December 6th is our next meeting, and so that seems like such a long time, and there's a lot happening between there. Besides Thanksgiving, we have the Breakfast with Santa on Saturday, December 3rd, and of course the Christmas tree lighting on Monday, December the 5th. I believe it's at 5:30. And so I hope to see everyone there. But I want to wish everyone a very happy, healthy, and safe Thanksgiving. We truly do have a lot to be thankful for. So thank you. And Mr. Martinez, I'll go with you over there on my left. Thank you.
Well, with the ladies earlier here, I just want to let everybody know that my company, Qualtel, has recycled since we've been in business. We do a lot of cabling, and we pull out old wires from buildings, and we take them to the recycler. And we're always picking up old electronics, servers, routers, and stuff, and we take those and get them recycled. The other thing with the election, I'm glad one of the items passed had to do with the mayor remaining unbiased on all items. How in the heck can a leader be unbiased? A leader is supposed to lead, and a leader comes up with ideas, and a good leader tries to get the other counselors to agree with her on her ideas. So how can a leader be a leader and remain unbiased? That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens.
I'm proud of, congrats to Mr. Martinez for his recycling. Hopefully we can recycle those plastic bottles at the July 4th event. So I did want to comment on the proposition that got the most votes. It's just fascinating, and I'm so proud of Leon Valley for realizing that you want legislators, you want representatives that have the ability to represent and advocate on your behalf. And so I think that's like the biggest signal that they could ever send to show, and we know that it wasn't just passive yes votes, because that one got the most amount of yes votes out of all of them. So just proud of that. Thank you, Leon Valley. Thank you to all the voters to help prevent us from encountering any of the mess that that the city's been through in the past several years. So that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So great productive meeting, I think, today at John Marshall with Northside.
There was representation from City of San Antonio there as well. And so I think a very collaborative dialogue that's been opened up. I had a little bit of mixed feelings on some of the topics because I would have liked to have seen a little bit more commitment coming from Northside in terms of what they're willing to do. But they're at least willing to collaborate and coordinate our enforcement efforts in the area and hopefully targeting those around kind of like the beginning of terms and kind of refreshing and reminding people that this is an area where you don't want to speed. After reflecting on it and kind of getting some feedback from a couple of folks, I actually am not sure that the school zone in the neighborhood
is a good idea. Okay, well, that would.
But we revisit it, and right, and I think some of the conversation was around the school zone being on Huebner to help facilitate people turning out of the neighborhood,
which we've committed to.
Right. But I realize the speed limit in that neighborhood is already 20 miles an hour, so making it a school zone.
It only increases the fines.
Yeah, and it kind of rubbed me a little wrong that there was a mention of like, I think from Northside was like, well, maybe you can generate enough revenue to pay for a police officer with tickets, and it's like, that's not what we want to do. But yeah, exploring some additional options in terms of what might be effective there. And then going from there, seeing what'll work for all parties involved. And there are some things still pending that we'll continue to develop. So more to come for the community on that as those things develop. Likely the next update will be in the January timeframe. The only other announcement I have, Mayor, is if anyone is interested in adopting a black cat.
Oh, that's at your house. Yeah. And you can't catch it.
There's a black cat available for adoption at your leisure. I'll send you a picture if you're interested.
Well, I know Tina Chasen has about 4 or 5 of them, so yes, go ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Roscoe, thank you. Go ahead.
A shout out to Public Works, Police, and well, let me start from the beginning. I got a call from a business owner saying that the homeless camp around the businesses were hampering their business. And they called me, and I said, well, let me get with the city manager, let me get with Public Works. Well, he called me the following day. He said that Leon Valley was there cleaning it up. I didn't take credit for it, but I said I hadn't even talked to the city manager yet. But they went up there, they cleaned up, and they said that you guys did a fantastic job. The police were there, and it was kind of smoothless, and they cleaned it up, and they were very thankful for it. So shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. Thanksgiving's coming up, and like you indicated, Mayor, we have a lot of things to be thankful for. We know we had a rough year, but I'm sure there's always a silver lining to every cloud, and we got a lot of things to be thankful for, and that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say first, congratulations to the Houston Astros for winning the World Series.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's right. That happened too over the last 2 weeks.
I was rooting for them, so that's probably why they won. And I hope everybody has a happy and safe Thanksgiving and travel safely. And I can't believe Councilor Hefner has given away the cat that I left his kids.
Okay.
So was you.
Okay. Yeah, it was him. Okay, very good. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Dr. Caldera, would you please start your city manager's report? Thank you.
Sure. So I sent out the city manager's report to y'all earlier this afternoon. There's copies outside as well as online. I have also provided you at your places the annual report. So it's a brief highlight recap of each of the departments. And so as you go through it, there are some departments that you may not see a whole lot of information on, and so they'll be taking more tabs on themselves so they can provide more information for next year. And so this will be online. We're not mailing this out. It's a flip book online. You'll be able to click it, but I did print y'all hard copies so you can kind of see it and hold it. They are expensive to print and send out, so it will be electronic only, but it'll be online, and we'll put it on social media. If you have any questions on anything or any of the stats in the report, I'll be more than happy to go over them. I know, like on the police section, it shows arrests twice, but one is under the police and one is under our DEA section, and so there may be some questions like that come up, but I'll be more than happy to answer them for you, so that is also available. The other thing is Amazon finally came into their site visit today, and so we are hoping to have the hubs in by the first week of December to kind of
Oh, great.
capture that last minute peak Christmas traffic. And so I'm just kind of giving you an update on that. Other than that, that concludes my city manager's report.
Okay. I just wanted to add that, I mean, I've been here a long time. I've never seen an annual report like this, so congrats to you, Dr. Cordera. Do appreciate it. Okay. Yes, did you have a question or comment? Yes, Mr. Hefter.
Yeah, Dr. Cordero, I just noticed in the city manager's report, there's a mention that staff and city engineer are working on the hike and bike trail segment 2. I'd like to get with you and Melinda if possible to get an update there. Thank you.
All right, very good. Then moving on to the consent agenda is, oh, and one other thing, Dr. Caldera, that we talked about is the town hall meeting.
Oh, yes.
Yes, if you would address that, had that note as
Yes,
well.
So town hall meeting, for the next meeting, if you can have topics for the town hall meeting, the only 2 topics we have currently is giving an update on Bandera Road and the Historical Society providing an update on where they're at with their projects. And so anything that comes to mind, but I'll put an actual agenda item so we can openly discuss those topics. But if you can get those items ready, you got 3 weeks between now and December the 6th to kind of come up with topics for the town hall meeting. Unless you know of one right now, then I'll be more than happy to drop it.
And that'll be the, okay, go ahead.
These highlights would be valuable
Mhm.
for residents.
Okay.
To do like just a recap.
Yeah, like
sure.
what did we accomplish in the last year?
Sure.
Okay.
Did we close the capsule? The time capsule?
It's sealed. It's sealed. Sealed.
So we can't put this in there.
Oh, and it's the last Saturday in January. I think it's January 24th. So just wanted to make that note for the town hall. Okay, yes, Mr. Martinez.
Mayor, one thing I'd like to see reinstituted is tonight we had the committee meeting, our committee report, and now that the pandemic is over, I'd like to see get the committees coming back to council and giving at least an annual report, if not depends on how active the committee is.
Okay.
So we were going to start doing that, but we were trying to also keep our agendas pretty light and trying to move things along. And sometimes, like this evening, I mean, we went like a little bit
Yeah, we
over
went
the
over
time.
5 minutes over the 10
2
minutes, yeah.
So if that's something you want to reinstitute, that's fine. We just like to keep them on those agendas that are a little bit lighter.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, on the consent agenda, 9.1 to 9.5, is there any council member who'd like to remove one of those items for discussion? Seeing no one, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
I so move.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Hefner to approve consent agenda item 9.1 through 9.5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to the regular agenda item 10.1, presentation and discussion on an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.06, Boards, Commissions, and Committees, Section 1.06.002, Tree Advisory Board, A, B, and C, to dissolve the Tree Advisory Board and assign those duties to the Park Commission. And this is the first read as required by City Charter. And Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, is here to present, but I believe that was a request from Council Member Bradshaw.
Yeah, was this mic's not on. It was a idea that I would like to discuss with the rest of the council.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So the Tree Advisory Board is tasked with making recommendations to the City Council on various requests from citizens and from the business and development community. The TAB also supports the city's El Verde by 2025 10,000 tree planting challenge, but there have been occasions in which they have not had a quorum, which resulted in delays to the developers mostly. Variance requests are not moved forward to the City Council for a final decision unless a recommendation has been made by the Tree Advisory Board. The city in the past has had some challenges in obtaining enough volunteers to seat members to the various committees, and in some cases, committees have had duplicative efforts. The tasks assigned to those 2 committees, Hike and Bike and Pool Advisory, should probably have been rightfully assigned to the Park Commission. Since then, those 2 committees have been sunsetted. The Park Commission holds regular meetings and makes recommendations to the City Council for the planting of trees and other amenities in the city parks. They are fully capable of hearing and making recommendations for tree variance requests and by fulfilling the city's goal of planting 10,000 trees by 2025. The dissolution would reduce the amount of staff time and electrical and water usage at city meeting facilities. And that's all I have.
Okay. I had asked you this morning, I think when I saw you, have we even mentioned this move to the tree advisory? And you said no, and that's a concern for me.
I don't believe we have made.
Yeah, and so I wouldn't want them to be blindsided. And then also, they do trees on city property and private property, right?
No, ma'am, just on public.
Just on the public, okay. So, but I guess when I'm thinking about that, they give away the trees that go into private properties. That's what I'm, okay. Councilmember Martinez.
What kind of bothers me about this is we haven't had any input, or the tree advisory committee has not been advised of this, and I think we're a little premature in bringing this up at this meeting. So I'd like to make a motion, we defer this till the next meeting, and then that'll give us 3 weeks for somebody to contact the members of the Tree Advisory Committee and at least get them to be here and give their input.
Okay, all right. That is a motion. Do I have a second? Just to discuss it.
You can still second
Yeah,
it
Mayor,
and
I mean, it's
then, so you can still second it and have
Yeah.
further discussion.
Yeah, just second and then
I don't have a problem seconding the motion. I mean, this is a first read, so we would have to bring it back for a second read anyway. I agree, we should have input from the committee. That said, the committee has struggled to have a quorum. I don't know, has Parks Commission struggled to have any quorum? Have they?
Not since the pandemic.
Not since, okay. So, it seems like, opportunity to take those members who are engaged on the Tree Advisory Committee, allow them to supplement the Parks Commission, keep them involved so that they can provide their expertise. But, I think if we're having duplicative committees, I think that might have been Mr. Bradshaw's intent in putting this on the agenda, is if we're having duplicative committees, and one of them is struggling to make a quorum, and that's leading to delays both for residents and developers, that's a problem. That's bureaucracy getting in the way of progress. So, I would love to hear from the Tree Advisory Committee at our next meeting. I don't think we need to. I think this is still a first read. That would still be a second read. We just wouldn't put it on consent like we typically do in that process. I actually, when I saw this on the agenda, and then we heard from the Earthwise Living folks earlier, I maybe conflated those two. Was there a proposal to also merge Earthwise Living or eliminate that committee? I don't.
Yeah, so that was my original intent, to discuss all three committees. What are their charters? What is their purpose? And what are they doing? And I actually pulled some stats, and it looks like Park Commission hasn't met. July, no quorum. August, no quorum. September, no quorum.
Yeah.
So the Park Commission struggled with having a quorum as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Go ahead.
They didn't have enough members. They weren't appointed to the committee.
Okay, so they don't have enough members even for the quorum. But what's interesting is, we've got these three different committees, right? Earthwise Living actually, and they talked about changing it today, changing their charter, but the actual name of the committee on the city website is Earthwise Living Day Committee, right? We have the one event a year, but it's interesting that they have, it says meeting frequency monthly on the second Wednesdays at 5:30. Again, we're just talking Earthwise Living Committee. They've never, ever, since 2017, I looked at, had 12 meetings in a year. The most they've had is 6 in a year. So to me, to say we meet every month, that doesn't really happen. Parks Committee, same thing. Most was 8 times. Last year they met 5 times. Tree Advisory Board, and they're all, again, all of these are meetings, fourth Monday of the month, second Thursday of the month. Every month they're supposed to meet, and I don't believe that we have enough business with parks or trees or Earthwise Living to warrant having monthly meetings for these committees. Even the city of San Antonio, which, if you think about how many parks San Antonio has, they meet every other month. right? So to me, to have these full committees meeting every month to talk about these issues just seems to be overkill. And so I don't, I thought maybe we could combine them, have more members that are really wanting to participate. And then one other thing I looked at was just in general committees. So Leon Valley has 11 committees, 11 different committees, at least according to our website. Balcones Heights has 4. Helotes has 4. Selma has 3. Chavano Park has 5. So we've just got so many committees, so much staff time. They do a great job. They attend, all the meetings. And how many meetings have they gone to and don't have a quorum? I mean, these ones I guess we knew because we didn't appoint people. But when people don't show up, then we're just wasting staff's time. So those are some of my concerns about the issue. There is somebody who has a speech. Shirts has 15 committees, and they actually have one called, hold on, I gotta find the Committee of Committee Advisory Board. That's exactly what it is, Committee of Committees. So that was pretty good.
Well, I'd just like to say with the Earthwise, they've kind of reconstituted themselves. So
Right.
they've got a brand new group of women that want to do more. And it's not that it was, and the pandemic, I want to say the pandemic really put a squash on volunteerism and and so that's when it's been really difficult trying to get more people to volunteer. And I've got to find some people for the Board of Adjustment because I've only got 3. If we ever need a hearing on a Board of Adjustment, you got to have 5, right? And so who did I talk to? Just talked to somebody that's going to volunteer. So I've got to get them an application. So if you know of anybody, yes.
We're down 3 on the Park Commission, too. We had just had 1 regular member quit, and we have 2 alternate positions open.
Okay, all right. And I know we just got a resignation on zoning due to health, but they'll just move up. So they've got, and then we'll need, and I've already got an application for the 3rd alternate because we've got that pending. So zoning's still going to be full. So anyway, did you want to say something, Eric? Go ahead. Mr. Mata, excuse me. Well, I'm trying to be polite. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah. Hello, Eric Mata, Canterfield. Yeah, I think what we're seeing is on.
Turn it off. And of course, everybody wants to be on the CPAC.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, very powerful committee. Yeah.
Right.
we get a lot done.
I'm telling you.
Well, they also meet quarterly, right?
Yes,
So the
that's right. They
commitment to
meet
that
quarterly.
is
That's right.
not as.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, yeah. Speaking of CPAC, we're talking about the safety, security of our community, and ideas that we have for staff, for our police department. Also, hearing from the community, I feel like there's some fairly essential community or committees, some that are totally necessary that are kind of running thin because of the fact that maybe we're just running out of volunteers, and we seem to be expending those volunteers on committees that I don't want to say aren't important, but the idea of consolidating, I mean, if, like Councilman Bradshaw brought up, if those committees can serve multiple purposes and take care of those issues, then why not do that? I mean, the idea that a committee has the kind of power that the tree committee has, and that's getting in the way of city business, is pretty disturbing. So I think it's a valid thing to look at and definitely take some action on here. And it's not about disrespecting boards or committees in any way. They'll still exist in some form, just consolidated. So yeah, I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
Well, I just want them to be aware if that's what the council's looking at and not be blindsided. That was my whole point of communicating to them first and then bringing it back. So yes, sir. Go ahead.
And Mayor, I think that's a great point. I would ask. I mean, Mr. Bradshaw brought this up a couple of weeks ago. Like, that's an email, right? Like, if these folks are volunteering for our city and they're on these commissions and have these leadership positions in our community, then I would hope that they're engaged. I would hope that we're communicating with them. So I'm not sure who the staff liaison is for each of these commissions, but those, that's the kind of communication I would expect would come from a staff liaison. And then we're able to say, hey, show up to the meeting so that you can tell the council how you feel, like Earthwise did, right? Even though they weren't even on the agenda tonight. I actually had several questions I wanted to ask Earthwise, and they left. So, but if we have this conversation about Earthwise, like let's have that dialogue. I think it's a valuable one. But to Mr. Bradshaw's point, we also need to be thoughtful of staff time, right? Everybody's being asked to do more with less, and how can we be efficient? And how can we make our government run better?
So, yes, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. When Councilor Bradshaw brought this up, I thought it was an excellent idea, and I still do. And I have talked about this before and have thought out loud about it to my chief of staff, and we discussed it. And
staff.
And we say, well, we can do this. And then when Councilor Bradshaw brought it, well, that's an excellent idea, and I definitely support that. There's no reason why one committee can address certain subjects that other committees were for. We may have to change the ordinance, or we may have to change, and I think that's an excellent idea, a great idea.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So I have several thoughts and actually some questions also. So regarding the Earthwise Living Committee or the Earthwise Living Day Committee, I was trying to find when that committee was formed by the council and what is there an ordinance or something that formed that committee?
1989,
Nice.
Irene Baldridge. It was called the Recycling Committee. That was how we started.
So is there anything written regarding the committee at all, or it's just kind of like a...
Yes.
No, that kind of came about organically, and it merged with city's help over time. And so over the 3 decades, the city was more and more involved with that committee, and we just offered our support. So there was never an ordinance, there was never any bylaws, there was never a resolution. It just came about in innocence, basically, and the city then sponsored it and took it on.
But it was intended for a day, right? Like Earthwise Living
For the one
to
event.
kind of create the one-day event.
They
Well-
also
We also did
led
Texas
the effort
Recycles.
in the recycling, the curbside recycling. That was that committee that actually got that started in Bexar County, and we were the first in the San Antonio metro area because of that committee.
Yeah.
That's cool. I personally, I have some philosophical concerns regarding. I mean, we kind of saw an interaction earlier with the whole bottle thing, and I have issues imposing things on others, especially if you're teaching people the importance of recycling and that you should recycle. However, you can't use materials that are recyclable. I mean, I have concerns regarding a committee that's we can tell is evolving over the course of time. And it kind of is whatever the committee wants to have done is what gets done, and it's not the elected officials, it's just some appointed committee members. So, without anything written that came from the council, it's kind of baffling just how it's transformed. I also do want to address the issue regarding the fact that the committees did not know. It was very apparent earlier that the Earthwise Committee members did know that this was on the agenda because multiple members commented alluding to the fact that we wanted to dissolve it. So I'll just say, and despite that, they chose to not stay for this agenda item. So, that being said, and I understand the agenda item, I guess, is missing some stuff. I have mixed feelings about it. Obviously, I would like more input from people, but again, committees shouldn't be evolving on their own without the input of elected officials. And that not only goes to Earthwise Living, but that goes to zoning, which is very important, because we've had issues in the past with the zoning committee. I'm sure the same would apply to the library committee and probably even the police advisory committee. We don't want them doing crazy things that
They have their own ordinance.
defunding the police that the council is not on board with, right? So, there's just philosophical issues that I have some concerns with. The other issue that I wanted to really touch on is the tree advisory board. So I have serious issues if we have a committee where if a developer is coming in and they have to go through a bureaucratic process. However, one of our committees is stalling them from going through that process. I just think we need to, if the committee still exists, it is what it is. It's just not going to meet. But we need to have another way that they can go around that committee. And so the committee should never be a barrier to a business or a homeowner or whatever entering our community and executing on what they would like to do with their property. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Yes, sir. Mr. Bradshaw.
So I will say something that I saw that I liked. Well, two things. One, the Tree Advisory Board has had a very clear goal, at least on the website, right? But it needs to be updated. It's to plant 10,000 trees by 2020, right? So obviously.
We changed it to 2025.
But not online. It says 2020.
Okay, yeah.
Right, so.
That was changed at a town hall meeting, and it never did get updated.
It didn't get updated, but I agree. We changed it to 2025. I do remember that.
Yeah.
And so, and I do, what I was going to say is I like that on the top of their every agenda, it says how many trees are planted to date, right? So I just, kind of pulled that information. I know that I think the committee was formed in 2015, the Tree City USA, at least from what I was reading, something like that.
Oh.
The tree ordinance used to be in the zoning code, and the zoning commission would be the ones making decisions or recommendations anyway on variances to the tree because it was in the zoning code.
Okay.
And at some point, a city council did not like that, and they removed the entire tree section from the zoning code and made it a standalone chapter in our city code.
Gotcha.
And because of that, then it was formed by ordinance.
Gotcha.
Earthwise was never formed by ordinance, and the Friends of the Library were never formed by ordinance. Those are the two organic components that came together just over time and got supported. The rest of the committees have always been formed by the city council, and it's typically by ordinance
But
or resolution.
the goal of planting those trees came from the 2000, the SSTAT that we had, the grant that we got from the American Institute for Architects back in 2008. Yep.
Okay.
So that's
so
been,
then,
and that's when
2008 or 2015. The first agenda that notes it was in 2017. It says 3,800 trees. At least that's the one I saw.
Yeah.
So then it was 2018. There's 4,300, and then 2019. There's and it adjusted because you could see when there was an event where they gave away trees, they added to it. So my point is, in 2022 now, the latest one says 6,675 trees towards the goal. So that means to beat 2025, we need to plant 1,100 trees per year. And from what I've seen, we've never done that. We've never achieved that. So just, it's like I said, it's good. I like it. They have metrics, right? And they're keeping track. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Councilor Hefner.
Yeah, so Mayor, just want to make sure we're keeping on point. I think this is the first read. We can bring it back at the next meeting. Also, I think it's prudent that we have the other committees that we're going to consider consolidating, have those on the agenda as well, so that hopefully we can have that dialogue. But I think in the interest of time tonight, I would move,
what I
Councilor
wanted
Martinez.
to know if that was, because it was brought up by Councilor Bradshaw as a future agenda item all by himself at the end of a meeting. So I didn't know if it had complete support. And so I didn't want to go scare the committees and have them, So we wanted to get the feel of this is something that I'm hearing that it's something you want to do. Then now we'll go back and notify the committees and let them know that this is a possibility. And then they're more than welcome to attend the next meeting.
And maybe we consider something like renaming the Parks Committee to be something more comprehensive. But to Mr. Stevens' point, giving a clear mandate to say this is the scope that this committee has, without it just kind of being amorphous and changing over time, right? Like, I mean, when I think about the recycling committee changing to Earthwise committee, changing to just kind of a catch-all environmental committee, right? Like that's concerning to me, especially considering that the state of recycling, for example, has changed dramatically over the last 30 years. Right, so I think there's dialogue to be had about the purpose and the scope of these committees and what they're doing, and then how we consolidate them. But I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I think we have consensus that there is a desire to consolidate, seeing how multiple committees can't make quorums and are holding up city business.
Mayor, may I make
You may.
The duty of the Tree Advisory Board is to make recommendations on requests for variances. That's one of their goals. I would suggest that maybe you might want to consider putting that solely in the hands of the city council and taking that away from any of the committees. And the reason for that is because it has caused a delay twice now. And I know part of that's because of the pandemic, and part of it's because we had some members get sick, and, just things happen in
Right.
life. But the council always meets, regardless. And so if a developer wanted to get relief and get a variance, you might want to consider having that be solely the auspice of the council.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I really do. Yes, Counselor Stevens.
I have a question regarding that. So if somebody wanted, for example, to cut down a heritage oak tree in their own yard, they would have to go through that committee?
Yes, sir.
And then they would still have to come to us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That seems a little excessive, personally, but I think it's good. I think maybe if we can get the committee, or the chairs of the committees, or vice chairs, or whatever, to outline like what their priorities are and what they would like to, and maybe their opinion regarding the merge, especially from tree advisory, if we kind of merge tree management or something in with parks. But like you had said, I think it's very important to not have a bureaucratic system where we're getting developers delayed, or it could be a homeowner delayed regarding taking down a tree, that they need to remove for whatever reason. I think there was a tree from Monte Robles, that, because they had issues with it growing at the foundation or stuff.
Yeah.
But it just seems like that would take extra months that are probably unnecessary.
And have you communicated this to Mr. Christensen and the Park Commission?
I briefly mentioned to Mr. Christensen that y'all would be discussing the subject.
All right.
The tree advisory board, they did come up with a tree planting plan, but all of their plantings are in public spaces. So it's going to be at the parks. It's going to, basically it's going to be at the parks. And so if you wanted to say any variance requests go to city council, period, tree planting and all that can go to the park commission, then you've solved both of those.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So is the 10,000 trees, are those only trees that are planted in public areas?
Well, no, because
Or
It's
planted.
everywhere.
Some of them are
The whole
planted in the
So,
parks.
so like, for example, like, since I've lived at my house, I've planted 6 trees, but like, so that's obviously not added to the total.
So the way that we count it, and the only way we can count it, because I won't know if a citizen goes to Phoenix and buys a tree and plants it. I'm not going to know that. And so the way that we count it is the number of trees that we, A, plant in public spaces, and B, the number of trees that we give to citizens.
Okay. So I get it. So we're adding both of
a
those
year.
totals. Okay. And is there like an accreditation or a certificate, or why are we doing that? The goal, did you say it's part of like the?
Well, it was our SDAT grant, our SDAT goal back in 2008. We had a bunch of goals, and that was one of them.
Was the
Part of that
10,000
El Verde by
trees?
El Verde
2025.
by 2020.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
We've got direction.
got direction. We don't, okay. So this will go on the regular agenda for next time, and we'll have the committee chairs and hear from the Tree Advisory and the Park Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Thank
Don't
you.
forget to invite the committee of the committees.
Okay, very good. Yes, Ms. Posley.
Although it's a first read and we didn't need a motion, we do have a motion on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, do you want
bring
to
it
table
back
it or
to
withdraw it?
I'll just recall my motion.
Withdraw? Okay. And you'll withdraw your second. Okay, so that's been withdrawn. Agenda item number, thank you, Ms. Posley. 10.2, presentation and discussion on an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $832,498.50 and awarding a bid to J3 Construction Incorporated for the construction of the Seneca West Drainage Project, first read, as required by the City Council, or City Charter, excuse me. We have our Public Works Director again to present. Thank you. And you saw that we got the letter of conditional letter of map revision from FEMA that pertains to that property. Just got it today.
So everyone's seen this at the last council meeting, and so I'm just going to do the summary. Should you approve an ordinance awarding the bid in the amount of $1,815,415.50 and authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with J3 Construction to construct drainage improvements in the Seneca West neighborhood and authorize a budget adjustment in the amount of $832,498.
Okay. Any questions? And we saw the breakdown, and he was the.
Yes, I can put it on that slide.
And you had said that this particular contractor did the Evers Road Bridge.
Yes, ma'am.
So I remembered that from the last presentation. And we were going to get the money from our stormwater fund. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Very good.
And
yes.
this is still a first read.
It's still the first read, but are there any questions for Melinda on this agenda item?
So.
Yes, Mr. Stevens, go ahead.
So I'm just wondering, because this is the contractor that we used on the bridge over on Evers Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are we anticipating that this project is going to take like 3 or 4 times the amount of time they tell us it will take?
No, sir.
No? Okay. I'm just pointing that out there because they were a little bit under schedule. You know, they didn't conform to their schedule, so because we want to sell this property, right? So they think this is actually a reasonable time?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay.
There were several delays with the other one.
I was
due
going
to
to say
weather.
weather delays.
Weather delays.
It's in
Okay.
it was in a creek, so
Mm-hmm.
cool. You could have the same thing happen here, but it's not Hebner Creek. It's
Mhm.
Drain 1.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Okay, cool.
Exactly. All right. Again, this is the first read, so if there's no other questions, then we will move on to the next agenda. All right.
Would you like to put it on the consent for the next?
Yes, would you like to put it on the consent for the next one? Yes, ma'am. You
Thank
read
you,
my
ma'am.
mind. Okay, so consent. Thank you. All right, next one is 10.3, discussion and possible action on a resolution canvassing the November 8th, 2022 special election. And Ms. Pasolé, you're here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so your canvassing period for this election is November 11th through November 22nd. We have yet to get the final report from the county, and I'm still getting mail ballot results.
I just
as
got
of
mail
today.
ballots
I've
today,
received
too.
more.
Yeah.
So we don't have a final report yet. We kind of anticipated that this might happen. So I have checked with Windcrest City Secretary because she also had a charter amendment on the ballot, and they were going to canvass last night and they postponed theirs. I've been emailing with Nicole, and I will defer to her for her opinion.
Okay. So the question is, because we don't have all of the votes in yet, should we defer it till the December 6th to canvass?
Correct. And I also asked about the next item because it is a first read for the charter amendments, and so we're going to bundle that opinion
together.
in
Okay.
one.
Nicole, what is your opinion on how we should proceed on agenda item number 10.3 and 4?
Information from Sandra regarding all the votes what do you mean by that? What information are you getting?
We're
That all the votes haven't been tabulated?
No, the provisional ballots have, the voter register had until yesterday to get the last of them. So they're still counting them up and verifying them. If we have any, we don't know.
So there's other votes out to be counted. I think
Possibly.
You still have time.
Mhm.
It's up to the council if you want to, because the council is actually the authority that canvasses for the purposes of the charter amendment.
Correct. We usually get a list, every city that's on, or every entity that's on the ballot will get a final report showing every vote per precinct for election day, early voting. We get that report with Jackie Callanan's signature on it, meaning it's the final report. We have not received that report.
But you were saying we can only canvass till November what?
22nd, next
See,
Tuesday.
I've got council members that are going to be out of town.
And you only need what, I think 3 as a special quorum, or quorum for a special meeting. So
So that means
up
we
to
have to
you
have an
all.
additional meeting. Can we
It's not gonna change
approve
the-
it?
It's
Yeah.
not going to change the outcome, so does it matter?
Yeah.
The numbers that I'd be reporting are not accurate.
Numbers will be different.
Mhm.
Well, can we just?
McNair said 780. It's 781 actually.
Oh, excuse me.
Right. I know it's just one, but we know how that goes.
You know what? There was another mail-in.
Sandra, what did you say? It's up to 781?
For election day. So
Yeah.
the numbers are still changing. the early ballot voting board has not completed their counts. Well, it's, we had a lot of sites, and I will say that I love the voting centers because you can vote anywhere in the county every day. The problem with that is that there's so many. We had 302 sites. So it's a lot, and now you've got mail ballots still coming in, and then provisional ballots have not been confirmed.
All right. Mr. Martinez?
What my question is, I can see if there was concern and the votes were a couple votes apart, but everything is 1338 to 1909, 2311 for, and 982 against, and
It's not
follows,
even close.
There's nothing close. I could see if one or two was close, then I could see we have a concern, but since there's no way we're going to have 600 votes or 1,500 votes come in the next couple of days. So I think we should just go ahead and do our canvass.
I understand that, but this is the official canvas, and the numbers that I'm going to give you may be wrong, and this is history. I mean, this is the record. So it's up to you all. I get what you're saying and totally agree. But again, what I present as your canvas for that election will probably change.
Councilor Hefner.
Okay, so we sit here on November 15th, a week after the election. What day do we believe the number will be final and accurate?
Well, we should have had the report today. But usually you don't do your canvas the first day of the canvas. This isn't the first day. That was Thursday. But again, this is only the third election, I think, that we've had poll centers. So the county's getting used to that too, and we had a shortage of judges and clerks. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that.
But there's a certain window that we as a body have to canvass during.
Yes.
Right, by the 22nd.
By the 22nd.
11/11 through 11/22 is your period.
So sometime before next Tuesday.
Or on Tuesday.
Or on.
By the end of day.
By midnight Tuesday night, next Tuesday. So we have the Thanksgiving holiday next week, potentially folks out. We have no guarantee, it sounds like, that we will get the results before Friday.
And I still need
and you'd still have to have 72 hours to post it. So, I mean, it sounds like we don't have a lot of great options, I think is the point I'm trying to get at.
Unless I can get 3 of y'all at any time on Monday.
Yeah,
does it have to be in person?
8 a.m. Yeah, I need three individual people here physically in the chambers. And so I need 3 of y'all. I'm thinking Monday, 9 a.m. before work, 7 a.m. It doesn't have to be, it could be at 7 a.m. on your way out of town to the airport if y'all want. I mean, I'm being serious. So if I can get 3 people to get here early on Monday morning, because we have to canvass by the 22nd, I'm pretty confident that we'll have the numbers.
Oh, yeah. I think we'll have them by Friday. I wouldn't, with my luck, we'll have it on my desk when I get in there in a minute. But,
If
I
you
think
went
it'll
and
be
checked
here
on your desk and it was in
No,
there,
I
could we do it
didn't. I mean,
tonight?
I've been checking my email.
Okay.
I constantly, I live there in my email, but no, it's not there. And I have emailed Jackie, and I'm also communicating with the city of Windcrest because they're in the same boat.
Yeah, I mean, I will be here. I don't love that answer, but I don't know about my colleagues in terms of being able to get 3 people here.
Well, I don't count.
You don't count
for the vote, but I will be here to chair the meeting.
Time do you need, 7, 8?
I'll talk fast.
Buy you coffee.
But how about at the end of the day?
No, mornings would be better.
7:30 or 8, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, was she saying something?
I could be here 7:30, 8 o'clock Monday.
Okay, so you got 3
The
there.
date. Let's do it at 8. Yeah, 7:30 is too early. Yes, sir.
And we'll put the first read on that.
So I have a. So the way I read the law is that it has to be conducted no earlier than the 3rd day after election and no later than the 11th day after the election.
business days.
Oh, it's only business
Yeah, well,
days.
because, I mean, the SOS tells us this is your period. You have to you can only canvass between the 11th and the 22nd of November.
Oh, okay, so they give us the exact
Yeah, oh,
days.
yeah. Oh, yeah. You have to do it by that date. If you don't,
That's interesting.
didn't happen.
Okay, so we're gonna do it on the Monday, the 21st?
So I'm just curious, so have they counted, so it says the canvass cannot occur until the early voting ballot board has qualified and counted all provisional ballots, if
Correct.
any.
That's
So
where
they
we're
have
at.
not counted and
Correct. That's exactly it. That's what we're waiting for.
We're waiting for the
the
provisional.
provisional ballots, because if, the other thing is the late arriving ballots, but you don't have to wait to canvass the late arriving ballots if they haven't been, if they weren't mailed to get
Right.
here by
We
the
just need the
date.
provisional ballots, which we don't have that number yet.
Right, but the final number will change because of the reports that we're getting as late as today. And you're getting them as well.
I was kidding. Okay, so,
Not many counts, I mean, not many votes are coming in, but again, the numbers that I'm going to present in this report.
you want them to be
Awesome.
accurate.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay, so can I have a motion to, on 10-3, that will move this to 11/21/22 at 7:30? I think, Mr.
Yeah.
Bradshaw, you've got to go to work, and you've got to go
7:30
to
a.m.?
work. I'll be, and Mr.
AM or PM?
AM, yeah.
I so move.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is this both 10.3 and 10.4?
Yes.
Or can we go ahead and do a first read on 10.4?
I think Ms. Warren was saying that we should do both at the same time. But,
Right, but one has a first read, one's just a resolution.
you know,
So can we do the first read tonight, or we have to have the final numbers?
You have to have the final number.
Okay. So,
Okay,
so
so
when-
both 10-3 and 10-4 would be moved to 11/21/22 at 7:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I have a motion by, yeah.
correct. The
Right.
December 6th.
I have a motion by Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to move 10.3 and 10.4 to November 21st, 2022, which is next Monday at 7:30 in the morning here in the chambers. All those in favor say aye. Any
I will bring
opposed?
tacos if you need me to.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
With
Mr.
margaritas?
Stevens, would you be able to come?
No.
But if not-
I don't like Mondays at all.
Okay, don't worry about it. We've got 3 people. Don't worry about it. We're good. Okay, sounds good.
Breakfast tacos
But if
and
you have
margaritas?
comments on, if you're not going to be here and you have comments on the first read, please send them in.
It's
And,
just a resolution, right?
No.
The second one is, we're going to take that one too.
Oh.
10.4, yeah, is going to be the first read on the charter amendments.
You're not voting on that until
No.
December the 6th
Mhm,
anyways.
right, just the first read. Okay,
So the 10.3 is the only one that has a time constraint.
Correct.
Correct.
but you can't do 10.4 until you canvass 10.3, so they're all intertwined, right? All right, 11 citizens to be heard. Yes, Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome back.
I just intended to piggyback off of this.
Sure.
And nothing against Sandra or anyone on staff here, but just wondering if there might be some way the mayor or Crystal could somehow communicate to Jackie Callanan what a position this could potentially put various municipalities in. This is a pretty awkward, I mean, luckily you guys have agreed to be able to meet, but it's pretty special when you think about it, and not such a positive thing, really. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that jumps out to me that's obvious to Mr. Mata's point is we just had a election where we passed 13 ballot
Propositions.
ballot propositions, changing our city's constitution. And if we don't canvass it within this window, it's like the election never happened. And this is something we can only do once every 2 years, right? So like that's, if God forbid I get in a car accident on the way here Monday morning, right? Like,
Can you walk, please, to the meeting? No, but, I mean, this happens every election. Just this one, you have the canvass earlier than normal. Normally, we don't, usually it's like a week later.
yeah.
But this
I
one was
mean-
early, and again, it's the poll centers, and it's just a
I
shortage
thought
of
for
clerks
sure we'd
and
have it
counters.
because you and I talked about this because we always have to set the canvassing somewhere between that time frame. But this, I think it's because it was,
I mean, you're going to have them. You're not going to not have your election results canvassed. It's going to happen. But yeah, I get where you're going into Thanksgiving week. It's, complicated.
okay. All right. Anyone else, citizens to be heard on this meeting? All right, then we'll move to number 12, requests from members of the City Council to add future agenda items. I've got two. And I talked to Crystal about it. There is a zoning issue that's going to be coming to the council eventually about an apartment on Huebner, and I was reading Councilwoman Sandoval's weekly report, and the City of San Antonio just updated their development code. And basically, and I'm just summarizing it, and I don't have it in front of me, but if there's a zone change on a piece of property in a neighborhood, then their change said that developer has to go to the neighborhood first, or the neighborhood association first, get their input before it goes back to the zoning. I kind of felt that was a good idea. I know we don't have a neighborhood association for every neighborhood, but we have a neighborhood. I just think that that's a really, I don't know, just thought that was a kind of an interesting idea, and I thought it would be good to get the feedback. We've done this a long time ago. I remember on the where the DMV is. I don't know if you were on the council, Mr. Martinez, or maybe it was before that, but big controversy on wanting to develop townhouses there or something. And so the developer, rather than going straight to the zoning commission, went to we had a big, huge neighborhood meeting, and they ended up not developing it because they didn't like what the citizens, were saying, and they were totally against it. So then they just dropped it and moved on. So, I mean, sometimes, anyway, I just wanted to plant that seed. I don't know if that's going to impact us, but I'd like to at least increase the notification. I'm sorry?
She's saying that she thinks that's a good reason.
Okay.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. Just the notification to that neighborhood, because we've had development on that property in the past, and they were opposed to it. So I'm surprised that they didn't respond this time around. But anyway, and then the second thing is the volunteer appreciation dinner is going to be in the end of March, I think, of next year, just because we've got a lot going on. We didn't have enough time to do one this year. But next year, I promise we'll do one. We've already got the favors, so we have to we have to have it. Okay, that's it. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I've got two things. What about staff Christmas party?
Oh, staff Christmas party.
So we do a staff Christmas
Yeah.
party, but we haven't been inviting the council. It's a holiday party for the staff. It's, it's during the day, it's a lunch. We're doing a holiday lunch for the staff is normally what we do. I know when Ms. Kensler was here, the staff stopped coming to the Christmas party because they were required to do skits, and they felt like they were there to entertain the council, and so they got pretty upset about it, and so they stopped coming. And so even last year's attendance at the luncheon was bleak, but when we promised, it's just, y'all did budget for it. We just buy them a turkey plate. They come, they eat. We do a little bit of a raffle, but no skits, and we're not there to entertain the council, was kind of what the staff felt that they wanted. So
they just want it for themselves. So, okay, I could think we can respect that. Okay? Yeah, definitely.
The other thing is I've been getting emails about this Text 22 that VIA's sponsoring.
Text 21.
Or Text 21? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anybody going to that or?
That. But I'm into transportation big time, so. Yeah. It's on Friday, December the 2nd from 9 to 2 at VIA, and it's free. And they actually have something on Thursday, but it's a dinner and something else, so I'm not going to that. I'm just going to the educational portion, so. Anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, anything else?
Yeah, Mayor, on the topic of transportation, I know we talked about it a while back, Dr. Caldera, just around via ridership. If we have any information, and this can be an email if it doesn't have to be an agenda item, but if we have any information on the costs to the city related to via ridership, I don't know if we have a contract or how that operates.
I sent you the numbers on the ridership.
Yep.
But I don't think we expend any funds to VIA. I mean,
Okay.
we
It's our sales tax, yeah.
portion. We take that portion of our sales tax that we adopted before my
Jillions
time.
of years ago, yeah.
Right, so.
What that number is?
Yeah.
VIA gets 0.5 cent. You know, every city gets 1% for sales tax, and then there's 1% that can be, that's where we have our EDC and money, but VIA managed to get a hold of half a
What's
penny
that
there.
dollar amount? You just want the dollar amount?
Yeah, because I mean we're paying them something, right? Like so if they're getting 0.5 cent of our sales tax, that's I think EDC gets 1/8 cent or something like that. So you're talking about 4x what we give to our EDC basically is what we're giving to VIA. So is that yes? I'd like to see
You'd
the
like
dollars
the
on
number?
that.
Yes. I will give
Okay,
that to you.
all right, that sounds good. All right, anything else?
It's not small.
No, but it's not just the bus, it's Via Trans. They've got this new Via Link. I mean, they're really, and let me tell you, the cities that are not in Via, some of them wish that they were in Via. Yeah, so it just depends, Yeah, I know, everybody has a different need, but anyway. But it's important that people have transportation options in my book. Okay, if there's no other comments, questions, we move to adjourn at 8:29 on November the 15th, 2022. Happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you Monday morning at 7:30. Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, have a good evening. Good night.
I talked to him today. He's in line for the Corpus Christi ED director, so I think we would have lost him if we hired him anyway.
Oh, really?
He's like number 2 on my list.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, they're going to pay way more than we are paying him. So I'm glad we went with Rocky because I think we really would have. If he gets picked, I would have already been like trying to figure it out.
Hopefully this guy
So he starts December the 5th, and so yeah. He seems.
Some ideas.
Hopefully.
I think he's a smart guy. Hey,
I think so too.
I demand we get black masks to hand out.
Recycled ones. Eric, you're gonna get in trouble.
Me? Never.
Here, you want a cookie?
I just, because this is a new system, Swagget's supposed to turn us off on their own, and so I don't know if you are being correct.
Shades of the 312. Shades of the 312. Nah. The Pink Panther video.